Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We are back before I take a break for a couple days from Workers and Resources streaming, because tomorrow is going to be the release of the Victoria 3 DLC, so I expect Tuesday and Wednesday to be that game. Thursday and Friday I won't be here, and then it depends on how good the DLC of Victoria 3 was, what we will play on the weekend. Plus, I might have to set up my new PC and make sure everything's working first. But yeah, we're back in the Republic. Last time I left off with like the start of the harbor planning being basically placed down. And I guess that's what we will continue. That is kind of like what we could be doing. I don't have to run it on full speed, money is fine, like the situation with the population is okay. Everything seems to be in order. We have to monitor heating, now that the small heating plant is installed and running. I could prepare the next heating plant for operation too, but we need something for those people to do. We also started the construction of the tunnels with our regular rail construction vehicles. And hopefully that's going to work okay, because there was no tunnel boring machine available. They need bricks for the tunnel construction, so we're going to send them some. Don't need... do they need prefab panels? I think so. I think the tunnel uses prefab track, so yeah, later on they will need prefab panels. Alright, let's send those resources over. I'll hopefully get the construction started. Let's maybe check the customs house one more time to see if there's a tunnel boring machine, just in case. There's a different track builder, but no tunnel boring machine. So no, unfortunately not. I should add the tunnel boring machine as a favorited equipment piece, so it shows up at the top if it exists, like it's like sorted right as the first vehicle, and I don't have to look at which is starred and where should it be. This will make it easier. I'm also considering building the road out further already. Like, I would like to extend towards the western settlement so we can like prepare for the ships to move through, and we don't just start with that at the latest moment. We need like a mud road would be sufficient just to get the equipment here, and then terraform this briefly, get enough distance through. I don't think... Well, I also believe that we still need the eastern ships, because I don't think there's any western early start ships. So I think we also have to remove this bridge basically. Remove the bridge and maybe separate the power line and put down an underground wire, just so ships can go through here no problem. I don't think separating this would cause any huge issues. Okay, hazardous waste from Sovskoy goes here? That's not right. You're not assigned to the correct hazardous waste storage, my friend. Let me name these. Like, we're gonna put an S here for hazardous waste soft scoy. We're gonna put an S here for mixed soft scoy. I think that's going to make it clearer. Same on these waste storages. Put an S at the end. Mark it as soft scoy. And same for the construction waste. And if there's an overlap with names, then we're gonna like keep adding letters. But yeah, I want to find out if everyone's assigned correctly right now. This is Bugogodonsk, so it gets a B. And then the waste incineration is over here. And I also need to add a letter to the incinerator. That is fine. The incinerator being full is also fine. It's just going through a transfer that doesn't actually pull the resources from within the incinerator to the next one. So now that all of these are named correctly, I hope we have enough room here. This is slowly filling up. I found the reason why I didn't get the messages for the garbage containers overflowing. Okay, I'm gonna teleport you back just to showcase it. I should get them now. When I set them. There was a setting in the game previously where you could set it like in the message options. But that got removed at some point, and for me it was still set to no. So I turned it back on in the INI file, and now it's working. At least for these. So that's good. So, will be helpful if these start overfilling. The coal mine is pumping out a lot of waste. We have to see if this goes over 30. I'm gonna drop a name here and write 30 tons. And if I go back and it's more than 30 tons, then yes, we definitely need to add more storages. But for now, let's go to the list of buildings across the entire map, checking for all technical services, which aren't too many. Sort them by city area, and we can see Beryoshov goes to Sovskoy? That's weird. Did I put the wrong letter here? Beryoshov. Isn't that... Oh, no, Beryoshov is over there. I was thinking Gugoshny. Bugodonsk, hazardous B, yep. Metal scrap B, construction waste B, yep. The other ones, you're not picking that up from the customs house anymore. You shouldn't have any water, sewage, biological waste, plastics waste, etc. Well, plastics waste you can do, I guess that's fine. Okay. Maybe I should do the same for the water and sewage treatment. That works. All B, sure. All B. Yep. Wait a minute. This should be local, right? To Bugodonsk. Yes. Construction sector is Sovskoy, except the mixed waste goes into a village dump right now. Container mixed city, that thing needs to be named for whatever city it is. In this case, Donatiti. So a D at the end. I did have a village transfer, but the village ones I don't care about too much. The mixed city one though, that should be named after Bugodonsk, I think. Make sure we're in Bugodonsk and drop a B after it, so it has like an appropriate abbreviation. Yeah, hazardous goes to Sovskoy, and then mixed waste goes to the container mixed waste of Donatiti. That is correct. So technical waste and water, yep. That one is not assigned because it's not used yet. Demolition office. The demolition offices should also have them named. That one's basically Donatiti, so Donatiti outskirts technical service. Construction sector. Why is this one marked outskirts? Anyway. DO. Donatiti outskirts. It's fine. Well, that removed all the buildings. So outskirts, demo TO, yep. Goshny has nothing. Waste. That needs to all change. You just have waste. Container hazardous B for Bulgodonsk, yep. And this one is full. So you've been having health issues for maybe not the heating plant, but this thing running full. Because the truck is bringing it to Bulgodonsk, which is fine. But I guess this... Oh, you're bringing it up here. I guess that there's also a distribution office here. Container rail construction office, Bulgodonsk. So I guess that village is draining its population rapidly for that reason. And that single truck is not enough to deal, I guess, with the waste of the sawmill. So we have to send that distribution office for waste over here too, to help with that. That thing goes into the scrapyard. Otherwise it's gonna get a replacement vehicle every now and then. I'm not gonna use Skoda scrap vehicles, they're too modern. Okay, we'll drop in 2 extra waste trucks. And hopefully that means that this transfer will be emptied out. And I should set the warning messages for overflowing here, but I think for these buildings it doesn't actually work. Unfortunately. But I don't know. But yeah, that is the reason why everyone's dying here. This plus the heating plant. This will hopefully solve it, once it's been emptied out. Sorry about that, guys. That was a mistake. But I'm glad we found it, I guess. So that was Goshny. Container village. Okay. Kamevsk has its own village, goes to Sovskoy, Kirilov. Same thing, sends it to the city? Sure. The city one should be the Sovskoy one. There we go. So then Sovskoy, container mixed city, yep. Container hazardous. Construction is still assigned to Bulgodonsk, so that one is incorrect. They've been driving it the wrong way apparently. And construction waste, there we go. So that's correct now. That one has no assignment. That one is incorrect. Hazardous waste is apparently also Bulgodonsk, which... not a good trip. That's legacy. Now it's local. And these 2 storages, please. Okay. Now it's correct. coal mine. That one should definitely be local. I haven't renamed the other one yet, but these two are definitely correct. Going directly into the incinerator. Factory. Incinerator. Sovskoy. And biological waste. So that's the food factory, basically. And we have a local container for construction waste. What's the last one? Power plant and Tuimasnoy or something. That one looks good. Hello Neo Contra. Welcome. So that's container construction waste in Sovskoy. Incinerator in Sovskoy. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. That is local. I could name it Sovskoy Factory, I guess. For the area. And same for this one, Sovskoy Factory. Could make this one coal mine then. Incinerator coal mine. Hazardous waste coal mine. Container mixed transfer coal mine. That should be the contact points. And the construction waste and metal scrap. Container mixed is local or village, I guess. Yeah. That's fine. Yep. Could name it CM for coal mine, but that's fine for now. Yeah, now we can see the hazardous goes directly to the coal mine, but village containers are also used. Okay. That makes it a whole lot easier to read, that's for sure. Let's lower the speed. So yeah, idea I had was maybe while we plan the harbor also let some construction vehicles go out and... I don't know if we need construction vehicles. I mean, I could in theory place a dirt road through here, which would be quite disgusting. And get some terraforming vehicles to make their way up to this location. And then maybe I have to go across to terraform this first, and then terraform this away. And then the whole idea of the road. I don't know if we can reach... Might have to just creep forward with terraforming vehicles and see if we can... Oh my god, it's so far away. I don't know. Could just get vehicles from Tosma and drive them over. Well, I do have an early start excavator and bulldozers, so technically I guess I can buy one of them. Why not? Sure. It's gonna be broken at some point unless we get to it. I don't want to cheese my way down the hill though. It should be a green road, not with like very short sections, if I can help it. Okay. Sure. So early start, Russian Bikers RB10 from United Kingdom. Can take it in red or slightly whiter, lighter red. There we go. We'll see what we can do with that. On the other hand, we have to start removing that bridge and power line, I think. Don't think there's any other vehicles that should go here. Sovskoye concrete plant, what? That's an old vehicle. It's not even set to wait until unloaded. We can go into a depot. The concrete plant has its own water supply, thank you very much. Hello, White Rabbit. Welcome. Otherwise, I don't think the road is even used anymore right now, but we should still have something, so... I don't know if we're gonna build a tunnel? A taller bridge? I'm honestly not sure. I would like to get rid of the power line, just aesthetically. Make it an underground wire too, if we can. I could bring the road all the way up here, build a new setup first, and then demolish the bridge after. The idea was to run the road along the left side of the train line. There's such a little amount of space here. Other than that, okay, what are you? Oh, you're DO fluids. For what? That. Where are you? Also there. Well, that's gonna be handled by Sovskoye then. It's another vehicle taken care of. I don't know who does food delivery to you. Guess that is kinda important to know. DO Goods Rural is also you. Got it. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I feel like it's closer. Never mind. Fluids. What can we do? Do I set up another bridge? The road coming through here doesn't help me. It needs to go through Tuimasnoy, I think, still. So I think we just remove the bridge, sink down the asphalt road, and make a tunnel that goes through the water. Make it go into the side, basically. And I guess we could set that up beforehand. Probably. So, kind of like a Dutch. I've seen them, I think, in the Dutch area. Oh no, that... Well, it will work, I guess. We just can't go down indefinitely because we're gonna hit like groundwater. So it's gonna be not that pretty. Do you mind showing your incinerator setup? Yes, I will after I do this. I would like this to be here though. Power line. Power line should be able to be removed without causing any interruption. Technically I can leave this here, but... What did it disconnect now? Like, go from here to here? Does it disconnect anything? I feel like it's not disconnecting the wire. I think we might have to destroy one tower so it like demolishes it. And we might have to bring in the supplies from Sovskoy temporarily. That's fine. I mean, for the end stations, it's fine. Like, we can live without fuel for some time. One of the end stations isn't even used anymore because, well, that one was set up for the oil trucks. I need my rural distribution office, which is somewhere over here. That one. And you're gonna handle this village, basically. Grocer. So yeah, gravel with export takes a while, but that's fine. I will get rid of the warning message, I guess. We'll also increase the amount of workers here up to 5. That's fine. What are you? You are the truck bringing in electronics. Is that our train? Our train is doing that again, right? Let's see. Yes, our train is doing that again, so you can go into storage as well. I don't know if there's any other routes that are going to be disconnected. What are you doing? Plastics waste, right. Well, there's some stuff moving through here. Hello, Lopo. Welcome. I think we're gonna demolish the bridge part of the road, set up the tunnel in the same area. And then do the power line after. I don't think I've set up a proper demolition office in Bogodonsk, have I? Nah, it's just a bunch of free ones. Well, let's get it started. Should hopefully not take too long. Excited for Wiki 3, but I don't know if I'll be playing it myself. Guess it depends on how hot it is this tomorrow. Yeah. I've not enjoyed the temperature the last 2 days, and I've asked to maybe have some installation of a AC be done, if either a permanent one or a mobile one that I do myself. I do not want to have to deal with this summer. I hate it. I'm gonna get an AC. It's stupid. Come on, stupid truck, don't turn around. Idiot. Move out of the way. Okay, and then the power line. That would be a interruption where I guess I have to take one of the towers down. Might be a good idea anyway. I'll take down these two towers, I guess. That's too much. Oh, did it create like a separate network now? It looks like it did. It seems like it split those up. Cancel that. And that one. Okay. Should be self-sufficient on electricity. I don't really use a fan, not that you could either streaming. I have a fan. I can turn it on. You don't hear it. No, it's running. It's not silent. It's just far away enough so it doesn't get picked up. Yep, silent fan, the opposite of you. True. But yeah, my plan is to stream Wiki 3 tomorrow. I don't think the weather is gonna stop me. This is in preparation of the ships, but let's, I don't know if White Rabbit is here, but let's go to the incineration setup of Soskoy. We got an incinerator with a feed for hazardous waste. That is taking the industrial waste, which then goes through waste separation, and then another incinerator. Because the waste being produced by the waste separation contains some other waste. And that would not like rot away in the dumps. Looks like this is increasing. We need more dumps. And then last but not least, I have a like small mixed delivery point here for the city. Because this might contain plastic that the industrial waste definitely doesn't. And I can recover it that way. So if there's waste where there could be plastics waste inside, I'm going to dump it in here. And then that recovers some more material for me. Okay, so that'll get demolished. We could set up a harbor to get a ship going to see if everything is fine. Like a dock, I mean. Phone call. Just a spam call. But I do have to do a phone call in a moment. So yeah, tunnel from here, looping back around, hooking up in here to go up and around. All of this space can hold a production chain. I think the first one could be near the entrance. If we have the train tracks come out this side, go into a storage for steel. And then we would also need a warehouse. Like 200 tons of mechanical components sounds good. Or we can also go for 400. Well, the other one would work because there's space for it. Steel gets delivered, and then mechanical components get picked up from here. Single train track looping in, and that is really going to be the first train track that we can use here. It's only going to be 150 meters long trains, and they will have to organize themselves to where they go. Basically something out this way, and then return train back into the Republic. If it needs room to turn around, then yes, we need to have like a slightly more detailed rail yard here, I guess. But like I said, if they want to go continue out this way, they could just probably somehow get a loop here where we could give them like the ability to, I don't know. Okay, that would be horrible. But similar to this turnaround loop, like give the incoming trains the ability to turn around here. Maybe shorten these two tracks a bit. And have to loop like something like this. We could also designate one of them to be the turnaround loop, and then all of those trains would have to go through that piece of track. Because not both of them don't have to be hooked up like here. But this is like already past the city basically. I don't know, like if we develop out this way, would be kind of annoying if we had to redo these train lines, I guess. I don't want to flatten this much more, really. But we could just solve it by allowing trains to like turn around here and then having another turn out that way for all of them. They could go through... Oh, I could make that like a shared piece of track. Oh, I do the loop here. That would also work. So if we go into a tunnel this way, it would be a single tunnel. If we do something like this and run... Oh my god. Bad snapping. Run something like this. I don't know. What would be different if I hook this up here directly? The problem would be like other tunnels basically. Another tunnel would have to have its own train track. So the idea then... Staggered approach, tunnel, that is like a lot of... Yeah, was it... I need a turnaround, I think. I don't want to have two ways that they can go. They will only have a single exit lane, basically out this way again. And then at the end of it, there needs to be a way for the trains to turn around. Maybe just a single loop here, where they can return somewhere and then loop around underground and make their way back. It could basically be a third tunnel here that goes underground in here, turns around and comes back out next to this. But I think that's gonna be cleaner than the other version that I was like considering right now. Yeah, that should probably do it. So that way we only have tunnels going out in a single fashion here. And for the return trip they go onto the other piece of track, which requires a minimal amount of space. Lovely. So first tunnel, looping around, coming out on this side. Could be quite early. And then the other idea was the other tunnel. Where we just go underneath and allow the train to come back out on that end. We'll just have to like lower it down and then should be able to get a short turn in here. Can be more focused towards one side. That would be okay. Game doesn't like short tunnels, but when you delete it, it has no problem with it. I thought I lowered it down. Apparently it's not low enough. Oh no, it's because it is low enough, it's just if I go up the hill it tries to like compensate with the elevation. Yeah, that's still too short. I have to make a slight right-hand turn, I think, first. Slight curve. Something like this would basically do it. It's a bit awkward, but it would allow trains coming in from this side to then turn around and exit out the other way again. If they really want to go the other direction. And if it's a really long train of 450 meters, which the grain train would be. This one would take care of that too, because it's around 450 meters. Tunnel digging has started. Very good. Soft sky, yeah, happens. A little bit awkward of how the train line looks, but I think we can like fix that a little bit, I believe. Don't like the terrain here because it's clipping through the ground. Should just leave it like that. How fast the demolition? That one's a bit urgent. There's a vehicle stuck in the customs house near Gugoshny, I guess. The plastic truck can't leave. Don't think it blocks anything else. At least it shouldn't. What are you doing? You're loading and going to the end station. Like, your destination of coal delivery has completely vanished and you're still driving around. How many vehicles is that? Oh my god, okay. Go to like a road vehicle depot. You don't need to run anymore. Okay. The road has been demolished. Bridge is being demolished too. That is the demolition office from Sovskoy. power line again. I should wait until we have the tunnel in place, but for concept, it's just gonna be, well, definitely not like that. It's just gonna be an underground wire, shortest route, like that. And we'll wait until they've carried all the construction material away from the road here. In the meantime, I guess the plastics waste could run full on the waste separation plant. But we can remove it if that happens. I also need to set up more storage up here. I'll worry about that momentarily. It is filling up, like it already has filled up 5 tons. Definitely need more dumps. The coal mine is running pretty well now with that throughput. So, after this, again, our tunnel. Would be something akin to this, which apparently is clipping right through the other tunnel. Not sure why it's allowing me to do that. Maybe the other tunnel has to go upwards? I don't think I have the room for that though. I guess we can maybe try to make this turn a little bit sharper to get underneath earlier. This tooltip. And then come around this way, stay underneath. That is fine. Very close train tracks though, but technically it is fine. And that is room for mechanical components, and it should also be... okay, it isn't. It also has to connect the warehouse. For set mechanical components as a pickup location. Only a single train allowed on that space. Okay. Very, very short train. No. All the space in the tunnel is the room for the train. It's a distribution office train of 160 meters at most. Not this short. It can use the full length of the tunnel. So the mechanical component train and the steel delivery train can't enter at the same time, so they would have to wait inside the tunnel until the other one has made its delivery. Overlap of delivery shouldn't be too long, I don't think. At least I hope. Hello, second. Can make the open storage pass through. Yeah, but that would like increase the amount of tunnels now, and I don't know how many tunnels I want to keep building if I can't get a tunnel boring machine. But this would at least give us like a destination for the workers to actually do something. If we start delivering them here by tram. The drop-off point for the tram would be somewhere central. A small tram stop would be sufficient, could also do a large one. I don't think there's a lot of other traffic running through here though. Yeah, that way this whole space could be used for future construction. Next tunnel would be 2 tunnels basically going into the depot, in and out of the depot. That one I would like to keep optimized because I don't know how the depot is going to function, so that one would be 2 tunnels. One incoming tunnel and 1 outgoing tunnel. And then the third one would be for the grain silo. And then other tunnels are to be determined. It's gonna be a rail system here. Sure. Why not? I'll probably have to find a way to keep a little bit more distance. And figure out what they're complaining about. Well, I guess I can see it right here. I mean, we could make this like tunnel as like a very short interruption, tiny piece of track, and then the tunnel continues again. But I don't know. That's also a bit much, I think. This is gonna be a tunnel city, kinda tunnel harbor city, however you want to call it. Then the next tunnel from here to the grain silo. Single train. Can I make the tunnel happen in parallel like the other ones? Would have to start out here and go somewhere like this, no elevation. And then we have to bring the curve in, but that can happen after we connect it. Too close, doesn't like the turn, too sharp. Also would like to move this one slightly further back. Okay, you can move it out further, keeping it straight, but moving it back changes the angle. Well, I guess we gotta eyeball it then, maybe? Or you can move the train track along the curve too. That looks good. It's a tiny bit further back. It could be a bit more. Okay, that looks decent. Yeah, that's okay. And now this one has to be on the same height, I guess, so further back. About here-ish. What the hell? Interesting. Didn't know that was a thing. Somewhere along the lines of this? Still too sharp of a turn, huh? Because this is making a slow turn here, and therefore it's complaining a bit more. Sure, fine by me. Then we'll do that. Okay. It's like, okay, that looks pretty bad. I think it might be fine if it's built. Tunnel's gonna be floating a bit. So yeah, train comes in for the depot on the right-hand lane and exits out the left-hand lane. And if it needs to turn around, it can do that. There's no switch or anything here, but there will be signals that we can place. First things first would be hooking up, like, I think the rail line leading to the mechanical component factory. And then I would have to decide how I handle the waste in the area. They also will make metal scrap here. I assume the mechanical component factory makes metal shavings as waste. Would make sense. We'll definitely have to have a waste storage for construction waste and metal scrap here. Don't think we need anything else. Technical service picking it up and dropping it off into an aggregate storage. I'll build it here. Why not have it enter on the other side of the mountain so it's shorter, where the road tunnel starts? Over here, and then just this way. Could be another solution, but I wanted to have all of the harbor stuff in here. I wanted all the connections to be basically contained within inside the harbor location, which starts with this mountain. If I start drawing connections here, then it would work, I guess. But the same issue with like the turnaround loop, where if they return and they exit out this way, where will they turn around? With this thing, at least they have an ability to turn around now. Everything is like behind this turnaround loop for the trains. If they ever need to go to the Western Customs House instead. And since it's long enough, it shouldn't block no train should block itself here, I don't think. I need to check the length again because I modified the tunnel a bit. I think I made it sleeker and therefore shorter. It's 474 meters, so it should be good enough. But the ground distance is also not quite correct because it's measuring the surface distance on the hill, not the tunnel distance itself. I don't know if I should bring the road tunnel out here and have the fire station in this area. I thought the tunnel would go out back here and loop around, but this area, now that this is like kind of finalized, the train track will not need that much space up here. So maybe the electric substation is going to have to move. And we will build a shorter road tunnel without tram tracks just going this way. The tram itself would enter, probably unload and then loop around if there's more to do. In the beginning we could have a short temporary turnaround and maybe there would be another stop, but I don't think so. The tram would unload and if there's another stop they would walk to the other stop from there, I think. Quite spacious. probably set up multiple electric substations. We need our switch here. We also need our power plant, so we need the aggregate unloading station for coal. But that is like further back. Right now I'm only really concerned about the setup of like a workplace for them. Maybe this road should just keep going out straight here. So we have our tram stop somewhere up here. Footpath tunnel underneath, leading towards this location. That one is something I kinda have to measure. The ability to enter into a footpath tunnel on this side. Plus a road construction access for building this. Why does it snap to the tunnel? Weird. Also don't know how deep it is to like not have any climb. I guess that works. That way keeps it fairly straight. It's kinda neat. And then we probably have a pedestrian underpass where it comes out. If that is enough elevation difference. Again? Stop snapping. How deep is the pedestrian underpass? Is it? It's 2 clicks, I think. So it would be about this way? Probably. Seems about right. You're not gonna make me remove the whole underpass, are you? Guess you will, but that's fine. If it hooks up. That'll do. Looks good. Shortest distance-ish we can get. $135 meters, we have plenty of space to spare. Yeah, let's build the tram stop here, I think. It's gonna give us 300 meters in this direction. It's probably going to reach everything we want. We could build it slightly further north, but if we just hook it up to where the road is heading, then We'll build it there and then just hook it up here. In the road, basically. Let's do a large tram stop just so if there is any other important traffic through the area, it's not going to be interrupted. And that could be a road with a tram track. Same side as this one. And then temporary loop at the end of it to bring it back around until we figure out how the other end of this is going to look like. But now we move over back to the bridge construction here because it's interrupting some of the area. It has to be turned into a tunnel. I'll get rid of the power line plan for now. We can put that back in place after we're done with the tunnel itself. Let's not go below 2 meters, see if the tunnel will work that way. Otherwise it's gonna start turning like kind of wet and muddy. It's really hard to see here, you know? We're already at 2 meters on this side. Well, that will mean that we have to raise the terrain up a bit, I think, to put a nice looking tunnel here. Well, we'll figure it out. No bulldozer nearby, have to bring one over. As a general concept. Yeah, that would be beautiful, but no. We have to go underwater and bring it over. Looks like this water is pretty deep. Somewhere. Oh my god. Let's see if we can place a tunnel snapping to this and then starting off of this, I think. So first we'll do this. Try to stay at the same elevation-ish. Remove. Why does it merge as a tunnel? I hate it. I want to remove part of it. This is annoying. Road tunnel placement sucks. So 20 meters. Does not like it because there's still something underneath, so we have to go 23 meters. I think the tunnel will have to start earlier. This is not fun. Okay. Probably have to remove more of the road then. And bring a bulldozer here too. There's no bulldozer currently in range, so I'll buy one. Here we're already quite far down. So 23 meters is what I was thinking. With how it was complaining about elevation. Still not happy. Oh no, now it seems happier. Just looks weird, but if we can get a straight section of road here. And then raise this back up. Wherever the exit is where we have to be. Or we just move it further back on the right side. Or I just bring it down underneath the train track before the train tracks even. Like we have a road that leads this way and then goes into a tunnel. Hello Zadelier. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. How was your stream? Your early start stream? Did you get workers? Did you get people? I saw you play for a bit. Didn't talk much. Didn't talk at all. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Shred. We're also playing Workers and Resources. A little bit further than Satelier. We're in 2017, but we're still sticking with equipment made before 1960. No workers quite yet, but next session. Okay, nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna change this whole road. And then, yeah, let's do that. It's gonna be weird, but I think it's the right choice. Means the whole area will look different. But if we can get rid of the... crossing over the train tracks, why not? This would turn into a corner here. I don't know why this one was... Oh, there's a traffic sign. Right. We have heating that technically works. Technically working heating is all that is necessary in Siberia, I'm pretty sure. Who needs more than that? Speaking of heating, we're trying out something different in our settlement over at Indonititi, third city. We're running a small heating plant in the middle of the city. But that one only runs with one worker. It still runs at like up to 50% with the productivity that we have. But it basically provides some extra heating close to the houses, whereas the main heating is coming from a large heating plant. To alleviate some of the concerns when the temperatures drop down to minus 46 degrees. This is something that I'm going to be experimenting with in this area. Because in our previous city, Sovskoy, I also did that test and it seemed to work also quite well. Although over here I only placed the heating plant without heat exchangers. Doesn't have any coal anymore apparently. That worked quite well. I will keep using that, I think. And yeah, maybe I can drop another heat exchanger in to help spread the heating out to the far corners of these houses a bit more. Because some of them are under a lot of stress. Reaching 13 degrees basically. Which is getting a little bit chilly. And then the other connection I can have over here once I decide to also fill this out with more housing. So you were in like 1937 I saw, or 1938. So you're going to be approaching the end of the decade with hopefully workers. And what's your first industry going to be? Stepping into that? What are the plans? Tunnel boring machine now working, just constantly parked here. Waiting on the workers to be delivered to the rail construction office pretty much. We'll build this. Flatten out a space for the corner. A lot of this will have to be flattened. Like I said, train tracks should not need the majority of the space anymore. Oh, YouTube does its thing again. Because why not? Temporary prefab panel turnaround loop pretty much. How's this too sharp of a turn? It can't be. We're already making it. Way before that. 1st of January 1939 now. First industries are probably iron and coal mines. Can nicely service both with one train loading station. Okay. And how are you going to deal with the waste? Have you planned anything for the potentially large quantities of waste being produced? Okay, that should deal with that. Okay. And then here... Let me take this down. Get an extension that reaches slightly further if I wanted to bring the road out some more. Means we can build these. And who knows, I don't know if we need anything else behind this, but we have the option to extend the tram somewhere else. It could be the permanent end of the tram, basically. We could make this the final stop here. I don't know, like the harbor was also supposed to like go all the way over this side. Mostly for like, probably just the dock. We've got a different train station designated for waste in the future. It'll involve a lot of trucking. Okay. I have that too. But it does not involve a lot of trucking. I can show you if you're interested. I mean, we're still on like early start low-tech stuff. I'm basically handling the waste locally, and then construction waste, metal scrap has to be removed from the area. Okay, I guess this is going to be our road connection then. Let them build the tram road. One of the construction buildings does not seem to be assigned. Maintenance, mixers, dumpers. No, dumpers is assigned, didn't have to do it. Waste station is actually going to be my first train station. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I do have to extend my waste station, or like my waste space in my coal mine area. I need more dumps, pretty much. It's too much ash. Well, now it looks better. Now it's going down again. Maybe it is balanced. It's only like after we've done maintenance it goes up a lot. I could connect a few more dumps to make it safe. It went up to 30, like I usually say if it's over 6.5 you need more dumps. Okay. Can hook up more dumps easily. Question is how I want this to look like at the top. Probably another dump here. That would look okay. 3 extra dumps ought to like do it for now. And then we'll write down the next number and see how it looks. And we need a bulldozer here. Now I can't buy one right now because the road connection to the customs house is currently interrupted. Because I'm rebuilding a bridge. Or at least trying to. I guess that also means currently no vehicle replacement can happen in our republic, in this whole area, which is a bit of a concern. I think this will be fine. Might have an excavator nearby that could be able to do it. Nope, also no excavator. Guess we'll just have to wait. It's the other excavator at the area where I wanted to terraform next to Donatiti. It probably has made its way back there by now. Yep, there it is. No fuel, doesn't matter. Can you reach here? Yes. Oh my god, it's gonna be so slow. How far can you reach? All the way. This is like tough rock. We're not gonna get removed very easily, but we should be able to dredge out a path around this, I hope. Oh my god, this is so much. More. What's the lowest we can be? That's too much. Is it? No, it's not. Okay. I'm gonna make a canal. Oh, some water appeared. That's fine by me, I guess. I really want more bulldozers, excavators here, but I didn't have enough US dollars. And I thought I could already start dredging. Yeah, that's something we can do. We will be able to sail around here, I just need to make sure it has enough space. I can't really do this one. It's just too tough. Doesn't really... Oh, does this one work? I guess it would work here too. I guess we could get this one to work. I thought this was all tough rock. Oh, is it? Yeah, it's over here. Over here it's tough rock. Yeah, that doesn't work. Anyway, I need to focus on the bridge right now. That's kind of important. Oh, the tunnel. The missing bridge. So we're gonna start the tunnel from here then. Slightly longer, but that's okay. Means we don't have to go underneath the train tracks anymore. Like, this will be curved in to meet this road. We're gonna remove part of this as well. And maybe consider... Do I want that connection still? I mean, it's kinda useful, I guess. We could just hook up the city, going over there, and leaving this, like, disconnected, just for the future to head out on that side. I don't know. We'll see. I have to wait until both of these roads are removed. and also the other one. Yeah, I would like to consider my options here. No more vehicles going that way. We also remove this part, these two parts of the road. This road in the future will probably head through alongside the train track. We might have to remove this one as well, or tunnel underneath it. I don't know. This road is still open if we want to have a highway going like past the villages that we then connect like back here. It's basically like the whole idea of like having a 4-lane road in Siberia is overkill, I think. So we might just split this up. Maybe even just get rid of one of the roads. I was expecting to have a lot more road traffic with the better functioning customs houses, but that didn't materialize. So that's basically the plan. Make room for ships to be able to go to the Western Customs House through a canal. I think the ships are going to be narrow enough where this is probably going to be sufficient. I can't like foresee that requiring a lot more dredging, but we'll see. I could add one power line to like a Western Customs House and just export some extra electricity, I guess. I approve the use of ships. Well, after like almost 80 years, I think we like can actually, after almost 90 years, we can consider like starting to use ships for export mainly, and to switch ourselves over to US currency. The trains will also have to head this way. We're not producing everything. Yeah, when the cursors turn red, then it's tough rock, I think. It's not a significant slope, it just means it's tough rock. And then this little piece also has to be dredged out, but that is not that much. That should be doable as well. Still, I guess I could start working on the bridge from this side once they've removed most of the material. Go down earlier. Like, here it doesn't really matter how early we go down, it's just like how far away from the water do we want to be to get like a nice flat angle for the tunnel in. How are you allowed to drive through here, like, seriously? Oh, because probably that dirt road, maybe? I don't know. Get rid of this. And the whole other road too, but low priority on these ones. Low priority. Finish this ones first. Like, I need to know when these two have had their waste picked up. 2 more waste pickups here to complete it. You know, maybe that'll work. That looks pretty good, yeah, that's okay. We can start building from here. I guess we didn't need to demolish the rest of the road that much, but I think it'll still help us set up like a smooth tunnel exit here. And we'll bring the power line through there as well. I guess I could start dragging an underground wire from that far away too. Get our power grid connected back together. Forget, did you ever play Vintage Story? Yes, I played it briefly. I enjoyed it, but I wanted more of a survival experience than a Minecraft experience. The whole horror and like randomly generated story elements was not my kind of thing, and the survival aspect was not as detailed as I wanted it to be, so I kind of got like... I kind of stopped with it. But yeah, really liked it still. I tried Homo sapiens mode basically. Okay, we'll start building the road. I know we need to wait for both of these to be removed. Fair. There's some mods that make it a bit more survival. Started playing it again the other day, got a massive respawn radius. So every time I die I'm starting practically fresh, unless I happen to spawn in near an area I already died at. Yeah, I also, like, on Homo sapiens mode, I also didn't use the map, which, like, I don't know, I just wanted the raw survival experience. I mean, I was, like, playing one life mode anyway, but, like, without the map it felt really, really cool, and, like, exploring away from where you were set up was kind of scary. You kind of needed to remember where you were and make landmarks. Kind of need to give it another go at some point. It was kind of cool. But the hunger mechanic I absolutely detested, where as soon as your hunger was all the way down, the character just started making a grunting noise all the time. That was super annoying. Construction sector doesn't have enough worker supply apparently. Sure, that'll work. But now I can't remove it anymore. If I want to make adjustments, it's gonna remove the whole damn thing. Ah, this is so stupid. Why are they doing it like this for the tunnels? Like, this is ridiculous. Maybe this is like a very early version of tunnel building that's stuck around ever since then. And I'm getting mad at like a game mechanism that's like from, I don't know, several years ago. You're normal speed, not fast. I know. I don't need time to run fast right now. There's no urgency at the moment for anything, and we have enough money. Okay. Now I have to wait until the other end of the tunnel can be hooked up. Once all of this waste has been removed. Three more waste pickups here, and this road is gone. Once this one is gone, we can flatten out an arrival area for the tunnel here. But yeah, it's also going to be useful to have our power grid connected again, I think. Oh yeah, apparently we're not making enough electricity over here for the heating plant. That's not good. Softskoy is not making enough power for itself. Guys, priority on the wire construction, please. Thank you. Thankfully it's not that much work. But yeah, we are having outages in our heating now, I guess. Thankfully I have a small heating plant helping a bit. So it's not too bad. And it hasn't gotten all that cold just yet either. Water purification is not going to be in the harbor. Water, sewage is... I guess we could discharge the sewage into the water here, bringing a sewage pipe from the city over. Would have to be pumped up though, I'm not a fan of that. Unless we like lay the sewage pipe all the way through a hill. I'm not opposed to that, but technically we don't have to do that. What's with the asphalt plant? Why are the dump trucks not doing anything? Cannot store or export asphalt. That's waste. You are assigned. But you're not bringing asphalt for reasons. We're also set to 40% maintenance, which should be 30. We'll need a storage for, I assume, like metal shavings. We'll find out. Like, we'll set up a waste storage for the mechanical component factory, send a delivery of steel, and then a pickup location for mechanical components from distribution office. Basically, the distribution office will have the mechanical components set as a source, and then I have to manually set everything for the customs house but mechanical components. That is still allowed, like not food and alcohol and meat, what we're already producing in our food factory location. But the rest, the things we're still importing, I think they are manually set already. Okay, we can bring up the speed a bit. Wait for the waste trucks to do their last couple like pickups. Halfway done with the power line. Laying off the electronic component wire shouldn't be too tough. Okay. I did not do any math. Like, we're also... I don't know if, like, Donitity has enough power. Let's take a quick look. That one seems okay. Hello, typical anime girl. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Also playing Workers and Resources, wow. How was your stream? Welcome raiders, I'm the Spriteshword. We're playing on Siberia map with some self-imposed rules, and we're setting up our third city, which is our 7th settlement spreading across the map. And we're still sticking to early start content and not modernizing, so it's all a bit weird. No poly English. Hello Berliners. No hablo inglés? Alright. You know a bit Spanish, a little bit. Yes. I have seen Spanish in some media, so I can repeat what I heard. That's the last waste pickup. I see German media all day is, I believe it. Probably because you live in Germany. That one would then have to turn over and get another tunnel connected. Okay, so that's going to be our new road connection here, I guess, from a tunnel. Long tunnel. That's about it. How's it going? It's going well, thank you. Last day of Workers and Resources stream. Tomorrow gonna be Victoria 3 for 2 days. Probably. Unless it's buggy, but we'll hope it's not. And then I'm gonna be away for 2 days. Victoria 3, yeah. New DLC coming out tomorrow. Somewhat excited. Hopefully it's... You have it? Nice. There's gonna be new content tomorrow. And yeah. Waiting for that a bit. Power line has been built. Now the electric grid should be stable again. This power plant a little bit more calm, not at 100% tilt. Lovely beginning was Argentina. They've been streaming that as a dev diary as Argentina, I think. I've seen like in the news posts for the Steam forum that they made like a 6-hour or so playlist of them playing as Argentina to showcase the new mechanisms. Bolivia power against Argentina. Yeah, we'll have to see how this will connect in the future, but at least we'll have a tunnel connection again for Neu, allowing us to import vehicles again. We should get a notification when the tunnel is actually built. It's going to take a while, 18,000 workdays. We'll drop as many workers on that construction site as we can, like, muster. I have a lot of gold mines. Oh yeah, gold is... Well, gold can be good and bad in that game. It's kind of interesting, but I haven't played in such a long time that I gotta get back into it, I guess. Gold in early times are very important. It gives you a lot of money, yeah. It could change now with the new mechanic of the new mechanisms of the global market that's gonna be added. So we'll see. It's probably gonna be just as important. I know a little bit, but not that much. Therefore, yeah. Yes. Last 2 days were not that fun with all the heat in Germany. It's getting colder, but also not that quickly. I'm gonna try and get air conditioning for this summer. No debts, yeah. We paid back all of our debts, and we have a lot of money. Because the economy was sound, it was just, well, the fuel price is still ridiculous. It went down again. But we're importing so much oil now that the fuel price doesn't matter. If we ever have less oil export than fuel import, then it becomes a problem again. But that's not gonna happen. Not with what we're currently building towards, which is an oil harbor. Yep, it was up to 15,000 last stream. The first time we breached 9,000 was, I think, in 1955. And then it hovered around that. It was a very, very brutal time. But we've adapted, and it's working. Let me check that the power is actually flowing through here. It should highlight green, I think. Yes, the wire is transmitting electricity, as is the underground wire. Everything is connected. Good. Wait, that is the play game that you told 1939 or so fuel will kill us? Yes, that's the game. That is the game. $1939, fuel at like 300. Went up to like 9,000. 9,000, then breaching a bit higher shortly after. Then it went back down and now it's going back up again. Well, it did kill us, like almost. I was scrambling to set up 2 oil pumps. I refused to extract oil for the longest time. And then I had to submit and say, yeah, game is not going to be doable without any oil extraction. The fuel price is just ridiculous. We didn't cry. We just tried to stay strong to our, like, ideals, but it didn't work. If they're gonna spend that much time driving back and forth for lack of workers, maybe I should pick some up by personal car from the tram stop and drive them all the way over to the construction sector. I don't know what's going on with the passenger trains. Is there a traffic jam somewhere? Maybe there was. Can see research, please. Weatherproofing, vitamins, pollution reduction, automatic tree planting, mechanical components and vehicle production line, steel mill, steel cables, better wires, resource map, waste recycling, grand monuments, functionalism, radio and TV, secret police, loyalty for TV, and then both distribution offices. Thank you for the follow, typical anime girl, much appreciated, and welcome to the stream. How many points do I have now? I have 1 point, if I remember correctly. It seems to have closed my note though. There it is. Yes, I should have 1 point. So I can research one more thing, which I'm holding back right now, because we kind of need to set up vehicle production at some point, but right now I want to set up the mechanical component production first. I need a tunnel boring machine kind of badly. This is way too slow. None available. What a shame. How much you have? I have 19 used, but I have 20 in total. 6 free ones from 1930 to 1980 for each decade. 8 from settlements and 6 from population. Yep. Exactly. Can't bring the personal cars here right now. Also, this thing would be getting replaced if we had a connection to the customs house, but we currently don't. Hopefully not too many vehicles are going to start breaking down until we get that rebuilt. At least the tunnel is under construction now. Tunneling phase will take a while. But they can bring material and workers from both sides. We've built quite far into Siberia. We're almost at a western customs house, building southeast to north center. Connecting the eastern one is not that difficult, but going to the west and south is... well, the west is the most difficult one. The southern one would be reachable quite easily by a couple tunnels, but there's nothing there that I think would make sense to get. You haven't serviced 1932 Crown, really? Yes. We are building with early start equipment. Anything below before 1960. There's technically a crane that is like after that, or like before that. But I've said that it looks too new. So the V3S crane we're not using. It doesn't look that nice. Even though it would be almost 5 times better than the current crane we have. We're just using those. Got 35 of them. Challenge is working only with early start vehicles. With vehicles before 1960. Except for the tunnel boring machine, I can buy a used one if I find one. But then I can't repair it. I had one, but I had to scrap it because it was nearing the end of its life. And I'm hoping that we get another one. Because we're building a lot of train tunnels here, and building that with just workers is painful. I mean, we could build a vehicle production line, and then vehicle replacements wouldn't be an issue anymore. Would be kind of like separating our area. Build a small vehicle factory. How's the plastic scrap looking at our waste recycling? That is kind of dangerous. That could run everything to a halt. It's halfway full. Someone should be picking up the metal scrap though. What's going on? Why no one moving metal scrap? What's going on? That's not good. 30 tons incinerator. Well, we don't have to name it that anymore. Metal scrap. I don't know who's responsible for that right now, but we have to get it out of there, otherwise it's going to pollute our waste. Come on. Okay, shut it down. Don't pollute my waste. I'm not sure why that almost happened. Made a cold Cuba. Cold War Cuba? Yeah, kind of. Okay, waste is going down again, but we should still build this. Don't have access to our bulldozers yet, so I can't terraform. Aren't you like responsible? You have metal scrap. Send all vehicles? What's wrong with you? Quarried stone? Why do we have quarried stone? What's going on? Missing connection with distribution office. There you go. Unload metal scrap. Unload construction waste. But why do you have quarried stone? I guess these were like vehicles I put like in storage at some point when they were like doing excavation work. Didn't empty out their storage and then they got used as like replacement vehicles probably. Yes, Cuba has typical 50s cars. Yep, that's true. That is true. Looks like the meat vehicles were undergoing repairs, I assume. A little bit of a delay, that's fine, just temporary shortage. Oh no, 9% wear, 35% wear, I guess that's not correct. We should also be set to 30%, I don't know, I distinctly remember going to all map and setting everything to 30. Why is that one meat truck not set? Oh, everyone in depot. That's the problem. That's gonna cause a lot of vehicle repairs. But yes, please. Everyone should repair at 30%. Took such a long time building like through this area. Quite rough terrain here. We built the train track first. but the road soon after. And all these villages only have a train platform to wait at. There's no bus routes. When you reload a play game, normally in my case setup was again 50. I do not know if it was for buildings or for vehicle repair. Buildings you have to set in the construction offices for the area. Vehicles you always have to keep setting every once in a while. It's kind of annoying. It's not a preset, it's all vehicles that are currently in the list. I don't know if you can set it somewhere as a default. Haven't found that. Lots of workers, lots of concrete. Construction is going pretty quickly, but it will still take some time. After it is done with the current construction phase, we can lower the amount of workers again, but they can also pave quickly. Doesn't hurt. At least the resources are arriving quickly enough. Yeah. I need a tunnel boring machine. Desperately. I could build one if I want to go into like... Oh, there's a used tunnel boring machine. Sweet. It's only at 16% wear. 8.6 million. Bam. We got one. Excellent. Sweet. That's gonna make things a whole lot easier. Gonna move one rail construction vehicle over there again. This one will make its way into the rail construction office over here. The train is out of challenge? Yes. Like I said, we can buy a tunnel boring machine used, and it may not get repaired. Otherwise, tunnel construction is horrible. The first tunnel here we built without a tunnel boring machine, and it took a very long time. And the harbor I'm building right now requires a lot of tunnel construction work. Plus our worker supply is kind of bad. Not sure if they're gonna add an early start tunnel boring machine. Would be kind of nice. Maybe one that actually requires workers. People look at that train like alien train. It's not that alien. We're in 2018. They know what it is. We're just not getting it like new. We have to buy it used. And we don't know how to repair it. Oh, tram road is done. Tunnel started, road here into the construction office, the repair station I mean, with the footpath tunnel. I hope this counts as connected. Yes, it does. Good. The Republic people, because they are frozen Cuba. The people in Cuba also know what modern stuff is, because they have TVs. They just need to look at the tunnel boring machine on the TV, and then they're all in the know-how. Walking distance to the mechanical component factory is clear. Your mother has a family in Cuba? Okay. I wonder how that is. It sounds kind of tough, but also kind of cool. Sounds very old school. Not in a bad way, but still. Okay. Don't destroy my terrain. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice. Okay. On flat ground it works pretty well. Made only one trip there, and the package of the trip was full of medicines. Ooh. Okay. Well, I hope it's better now. The amount of workers here is going down because we're throwing everything we can at the tunnel construction. Because it was a big value in black market. Ah, okay. I thought it was for like self-use, but okay. Well, now you're gonna get them like in trouble because you like outed them as like black market affiliates. And even self-use. Ah, okay. Well, just say it's self-use, it's fine. Don't get them in trouble. Speak about 90s or so. Well, still. It's ticking up again. We need that tunnel. I'm so glad we found a very well-maintained tunnel boring machine. The tunnel boring machine was like 1968-ish, I think, release date. Yeah, 1968 to 1998. Without it, it's just too painful. Siberia is so tough, but maybe in the future if I play this again I would be like, okay, also no tunnel boring machine. Would encourage more like trying to snake around the terrain instead of like just tunneling through. Mr. Bright, build up that tunnel. Tear down that wall, yeah. Doesn't quite work with like build up that tunnel. That's a bit too much. 10,000 workdays left. A couple more tons of concrete. Should be doable. It's going down pretty quick. I'll have to bring more trams here as well if we want to run all of this. And we need that fire station. The fire station was kind of important. You have now a Vorarbeiter boss, and I tell him always, you are not German. Oh, you have, yeah. Okay. But you're not German too, so... Someone's allowed to not be German. That's fine. The tunnel to the depot, also not as urgent. We should get the grain storage set up. And I still have to build the, like, the dock for the ships, so we can buy them. Which means I kind of have to flatten out an area for them. Look away, Berliners, we're terraforming. It's not for you. So if we put the dock somewhere here, then this would be kind of dead space because we can't really have anything in the area. And the question is if there needs to be more than that or not. Unless we start like placing very small docks here. He's funny, he's a hard worker, only when we need he makes jokes. Okay. Very nice. This okay, rough hard terrain starts here apparently. There's a little bit of hard terrain underground, but I guess we can raise this if we want to. But I don't know, like make this diagonal and then put the dock over here is probably the better idea. So it doesn't like interfere with this one. Ship dock. Shame you can't overlap those. It would have to be somewhere in this area. I will move it as far back as I can, but not that much. There's not always ships in here, so it should be fine. He's originally German, but you tell him he's not German? That's just mean. Why are you such a bully? Why would you do that? Oh, come on. Oh, don't tell me he's a racist. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, I think we're gonna put the stuff next to the fire station. Here, I guess. If we build something in the area, we could still reach it by electric connection. I mean, this is all going to be like a switch and probably 1 or 2 transformers. It's only a funny moment. Well, you never know. Guess we could drop it here. I think that sounds fine. Electricity. All harbors connected. Let the bulldozers refuel. We'll see how else we can build this. We have a perfect climate can work. Tunnel boring machine has arrived. So much better. Oh, I know where a lot of workers are going. They're going to the rail construction office in Sovskoy because I moved another vehicle in. And didn't lower the amount of workers down to like 5 again. But this definitely should give us enough space for ships. The rail bridge is as large as it gets. Height might be a little bit too low for the tallest ship ever, but we're not worrying about those. I'm gonna go back to the western excavator and terraform the path to the customs house a bit. All things are happening. Wrenches when I have to work, and there's only a work for one at a time. You tell me, yalla yalla? I don't know what that means. Ah. How would I know that? It's Arabic for go. Is it international? Yes, but it's not common knowledge, I would say. This might not be wide enough for 2 ships, but that's okay. We can widen it later, once we get our own vehicles here. With like, I don't know, 10 or like, let's say 4 excavators, it would go a lot faster. What's happening with the grocers? Dabei. Yeah, I think I heard that one, but just randomly from video games. Don't think I've listened too much to try and understand Arabic language. I think it's Davai, maybe? No, Davai is I think like yes. I don't know. This goes so quickly. And then the material deliveries are going to take ages. $5,000 work days. And then the road construction takes another 2,000. But that one can be done with efficient mechanisms and should go pretty quickly with excess workers. Okay, no more escapes, also very good. Ooh, I forgot the road for the resource storage. That's the thing. Hello, Peltrip. Welcome. You're drowning in money now. Yeah, it's staying close to 100,000. It's thinking about breaking the economy, I think, at some point, but for now it's doing well. Doing kind of well. Not gonna complain too much about that. Could go worse again. I need to move these vehicles away from here and use the free road depots to relocate the other terraforming vehicles out of the area, so that I may set up the switch and transformer. Well, the first transformer at least. Power line connection comes in here. We'll use an underground high voltage wire to bring it into the harbor. And then, yeah, power transportation is not going to be a problem. Why are there that many, like, buildings complaining about missing resources? It must be like the vehicle repairs, right? I triggered a bunch of them. Yeah, there's a meat truck here. Maybe it is the reason. One of them is waiting for repair, the other one is not doing anything. We're out of meat. Oh, right, because the meat delivery here is by truck. That is the other thing. Okay, that is something we need the tunnel for. This area only gets meat delivered by truck, not by train. We could pick it up from the customs house, I guess, but it's fine. We lost 8 million rubles in a second. No, we bought another used tunnel boring machine. I found one finally. Now we can build the harbor up. A lot more quickly than before. Five megawatts should be fine, I think. This one's probably complaining about the connection being underneath a road. We also need our power plant here, but that can be built at a later time. I'll draw the power line like along the road, basically. The tunnel. I'll bring us electricity. And we can use that to hook up the first medium voltage substation. What year came the first tram? Before 60? Yeah, there's I think 3 or 4 early start trams now. They have a couple. 3 of them. 1927 from Czechoslovakia, Godaville tram. Then you have a Bakumu tram and a KM tram, which is the one we're running. This one's pretty neat. Kind of small looking. We got 3 of them combined into a single tram. And they look pretty neat, I think. This one's glitching around a bit. You have trams in the beginning? Yes. And we're also bringing in trams this way. We pull in the trams here, and they made it now so that it is actually official. You can just drive trams out of a train depot and bring them on the network, and they can also drive back that way. So this is the way we're bringing trams into the city. There's no tram depot in this area. I was there in the test day, yeah. Made a report? Yeah, and the day after the report was made, they released the new updated train depots, where they can drive in, out of, and now also into the depots. So it probably was already known, but not released for some time. But now it is. We can't buy fire trucks for this until our tunnel is back. And yes, Bugudons is gonna keep complaining until our tunnel is back. Same reason. Need access to vehicles. You're at 100% where waste distribution office. We're gonna have to like make some changes. Come on, tunnel. 1,500 work days. Remember you in the future after the update. Thanks. Okay. Our happiness will probably start tanking a bit for the lack of meat in Bugodons, but it shouldn't be too bad. Can't believe I had our Gugoshni village dying because the waste point where they delivered waste to was not existent anymore, and then just everyone was at 50% life expectancy because the garbage container was overfilled the whole time. Well, thankfully that's now resolved. I was in the way to manage Big Miner, managed to all stuff with shoots. Okay. I want to go Stationeers. I haven't played Stationeers in a while, so you're on your own. I can't help you with that. I haven't even set up a Big Miner myself in that game. So I don't know. Not possible. Yeah, we have a lot of space here now. If this is the way we're bringing trains out, then we could also just do a left-hand turn and come back out here if there's more industries. I think these trains are well connected for now. 800 workdays for the tunnel construction. Hello Algus Njord. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And sorry for potentially mispronouncing your name. Made nice dust, like turn on machinery only when needed. There's so much stuff you can do in that game. I mean, it has like a whole programming system. Stationeers also has to be played at some point again, but not right now. It's going to be Victoria 3 in the near future, and we'll see how that goes. And then next week I have a week of vacation after my trip to Nuremberg, and we'll see how that goes. So I got some days where I can stream, a lot of days, quite a few. Yes, I have used that method. You need the ID from the tablet, and then you can just talk to everyone with that ID, and everyone on the same network with that ID gets triggered basically. I don't know about the infinite output and input. Sorry about that. Can't help you there. Number ID and name? I have not used... well, I've used both, yes. I've tried both. I hope this is set up correctly. I don't think I forgot anything. I still need a waste storage. Maybe one that gets shared usage between this and the fire station. Would be kinda neat. Thank you for the follow, Ark. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I guess we can put it here. That's fine. That would be too far for the fire station, unfortunately. You know Martino? No. Okay. Yes, like I said, if I start playing it again, I'll figure things out, try to figure things out myself, and then we'll see. But right now, he's German, and I think he is sometimes in Project 7 stream. Ah, okay. Yeah, could be. Everyone's in Project 7 stream. It's very busy. I'm there too. Yeah, the worker assignments should not be any buildings, if possible, unless for maintenance. So that is set correctly too. Bring the people to other construction sites. This is going to get done by an excavator. And it is not urgent, unlike the tunnel. Because the vehicles in Sovskoy are starting to like break down, and that's not great. I'm not a fan of that. We are now in the road construction phase, so at least like 3 more construction phases and we're done. Alright. Well then, don't make a mistake. How about you play in low-tech mode and only use manual valves? That would be fun. Stationeers, but no programming, just manually turning valves. Yep. Like you get only analog valves and analog gauges. No programming. Yep. Oh my god. Can't believe we're starting to have like vehicle breakdown issues. It's only been like a year, but I guess all equipment has been in constant use and some of them were close to breakdown. I have to like find them, replace them manually, and hopefully it's not going to be more than 10, but we'll see. Should be easy to find with the vehicle list sorted by wear and tear. Survive without programming, not even logic simple ones? Yes, just analog stuff, like no digital signals. Basically like a World War I submarine in space. The terraforming only used vehicle. I want to see you play Siberia without terraforming. Okay, tunnel construction here too. Like this train depot, not urgent, we can pause it for now. The groundworks are done, that's fine. We can rework this if necessary. The harbor area is currently not urgently needed for like common operations of the city. It's completely disconnected. Minus the workers, I guess. Sorry if you showed off your incinerator earlier, I got called away following the sun. Yes, I showed the incinerator earlier. I will show it again. Now that the snow is gone, it's going to be much easier to see. Primary input is 3 different things. Industrial mixed waste goes into this incinerator. Hazardous waste from the city or industrial purpose comes in here, goes also through the incinerator but has a different unloading station. And the last drop-off point is mixed waste from the city, which goes in here, because I don't want to burn it. I want to separate that, which will give me plastics waste, which we're running full on. But running full on plastics waste is not going to be a problem because it's just going to go into the next incinerator, that's fine. Waste separation machine after both the city mixed waste unloading and the first incinerator. And then it goes through another incineration step because there's a little bit of other waste in there which wouldn't rot away after it gets dropped into the dumps. So the last incinerator can run with like a third of the workers and be fine, probably even less than that, but I have it set up that way. Needs to run through all the ash one more time. You need the first incinerator primarily only for the mixed for the hazardous waste because you have no other way to like get rid of it without modern industry. And then we pick up by distribution office from the last incinerator, which is pure ash at that point, because you need to make sure if any of these fills up, construction waste, metal scrap or aluminium scrap, you will get that into your last incinerator and then the waste dumps. What we pick up from the last storage when it's at least 20% full, and then drive it to any of these dumps to let the ash slowly dissipate. And the city waste, why not burn that? Because the city waste, like you can burn it, I just drop it into the sorting facility in case it like has some plastics waste in it, so we can like recycle a bit better with our current setup. If you care about maximum efficiency, you can drop it into the incinerator. That one only can handle 30 tons of mixed waste. The separation facility can handle 50, so that extra bit of waste from the city doesn't really impact it that much. And the incinerator here for the coal mine is already quite busy, especially after like undergoing machine maintenance for some time. And that's basically the same setup that I used here too. Except here I put the unloading station for mixed waste between the two buildings, but I didn't like that, so I made this its own connection. I had to do that here because the scrapyard is also connected to the waste separation facility, so mixed waste produced by the scrapyard goes into waste separation. I could basically untick the checkbox to collect resources from vehicles, but then I would lose out on mechanical components and steel, I guess. I don't know. I don't have scrap steel smelting. But yeah, hazardous waste into incinerator, then these outputs into the waste sorting, and then last incinerator again. One downside of this setup with the intermediate transfer point in between is that this thing fills up and looks a little bit weird, but that's fine. How's the tunnel? Paving. Shouldn't be more than like 2 more months, I think, at most. But I think the other waste ending up is the separator was confusing me. Came up with a very similar solution. Yeah. In the beginning it didn't happen, like it was possible to just incinerate, then sort, and then the waste was done. But at some point they said like, no, that's too easy, we gotta add another step, I think. Because it basically meant you could throw all of the waste into a large incinerator, then sort after that, and it was fine. It was a very efficient setup everywhere. And now it takes up a little bit more space and more workforce. These 2 incinerators too, and I was importing hazardous by trains. Yep, that is a good way to make money. If you're sorting in between, you can sell the excess construction waste and metal scrap if there is any for a decent bit of profit, and if there's not, then you just get rid of the ash and it's pure profit without an overhead in logistics. Quite convenient. Oh my god. These broken ass vehicles, man. So bad. Well, the tunnel should hopefully complete soon, then I'll go through and get them all sorted, fixed. And here we would have to, like, get another tunnel going and go underground, or ignore all of that and just run along the train tracks. I mean, we could bring it over the train tracks again, it wasn't that bad, but it does have quite a bit of traffic these days. If I do that, then maybe I could tear up this road and force them all to drive into the city that direction. Through a tunnel. Kind of want to like get rid of the 2-lane road. I do not have that much vehicle traffic where that makes sense. It would look a little bit weird, I guess, but I think we're gonna do that. water substation here. I don't know for what. Maybe just an additional building to have like 2 connections. I guess we can drop 2 more into the area. Or maybe it was... oh no, never mind. Yeah, that catches everything too. We'll have one up here on the main road if a technical service wants to make sure there's a little bit of extra storage here for water and the deliveries are not going to be a problem. They can service these in the future. Yeah, these were like the first ones we set up in the beginning. Make sure that the town could like run. It's all transported with pig trains at 40 kilometers. One incinerator was dedicated exclusive to hazardous and the second was for city stuff and mines. We have done that on... we have done that too, yeah. It is really nice. All of these have to go. No more vehicles here, please. Stupid technical service vehicles. Thinking they're allowed to drive here. I'll teach them. Then same thing over here. Stop using these roads. Actually, no, that one is fine. That one's like your exit out of the city. Stop using this road. Okay, you get like one exit, leave. Alright, I'll take care of that road. And I'll take care of this one. Alright, single 2-lane road. I thought we could run 4-lane, but there's no need for it. Loading waste with trains really slow still? Yes. On purpose, otherwise you could make huge amounts of money. That would be too easy to make tons and tons of money that way. It's being rolled without a roller apparently. Because I never really bought a roller for this area, I guess. Thankfully they had a paver. But if they had a paver, they also must have a roller. The roadworks construction office is assigned. They should be bringing a roller here. Yes. Right? Yes, there's one on its way. What's the pig train? It's a very slow diesel locomotive that I used a lot. These ones. These 4 types are class 701 pig or 700 pig locomotives, and they drive 40 kilometers an hour. And they're very slow. They're basically as fast as the early start like road vehicles that can go 40 kilometers an hour. Or in Siberia when every car runs on 40 kilometers an hour too. What is going on here? Oh, you're waiting on that train. Okay. Tiny bit of traffic jam. Shunter, yeah. But we've been using them like for pretty much everything, which was really fun, I think. The tunnel is done, finally. So the truck at the customs house with the question mark should find its route again. It's gone. That was the truck running plastics export. And now we have to take care of these vehicles pretty much, so that they get replaced with different ones that aren't broken. You are 57 years in service. Congratulations. I hope you can move out of that building. You can. I'm gonna get another old-timey road excavator. Other than that, I don't see any vehicles right now with the warning anymore. Maybe... oh, there's one. Maybe they're getting replaced on their own. Yep, you're going to the scrapyard. So the vehicle replacement is triggering now that the road connection is back. Good. And meat should also be transported back to Bogotá. We'll find that out shortly, if the warnings stop disappearing at the end of June. So our maintenance offices are not really picking up any workers. Because apparently the passenger trains are not really bringing workers here, or if they are, they just get picked up by the trams too quickly. So we'll have to pick up workers from that tram stop too. Otherwise our buildings are not going to get built. This is my play game, Asia map, beginning in 1960, and own rule using for goods like coal bricks. All that was not passengers, I used the pick ones. Yeah, all resource trains pick locomotives. Okay, that warning should disappear. Send a train from A to B and arrive the train after 1 month. That's hyperbole. Doesn't take that long. Unless you send it across the map like we do. You are scrapyard? Yep. Gonna cause some traffic jams, but that's fine. Looks to be in place, looks to be in order. Vehicles are being replaced. Seems to all be good. We can now move and bulldozer here. I mean, we also hooked the ones up on Donititi, so these are the ones we're gonna relocate. One of them. I don't need more than one bulldozer here. Now we have one in Bogotá, so let's move that one over. It's close to the tunnel. Then we can flatten this out a bit, get a waste storage hooked up back here. And that should work. Was funny, the management. It's really cool. It like really encourages long trains the slower the trains are, I think, because once they start moving, you don't want them to slow down again. But I guess that's like with any speed of train. If they're really fast, it's like kind of the same idea. Oh, meat got delivered. The warnings should start disappearing. And we can set the checkbox here because this one gets electronics now too. That's fine. Early DLC have a 40 km an hour in the first years of Steam. 45. But also 40 later. So start production, you start with the BR80, which can go 45, and the BR81, and later on, pretty like you get the TKH48, which can go 40. That's the slowest one. And the cheapest. Compared to, like, this one is 1.9 million right now, compared to a pig locomotive, which is 1.1. So the steam locomotive is still more expensive. Yep, 45, but in 48 you get a slower one. Eating all the meat in Bugodonsk. They were without meat for quite a while. Let's prioritize the buildings that have road cranes on them. There should be more than a couple in this area. We might have to set up a train route once we have an excess amount of workers from... Well, we have the train route set up already. We're going to Donetiti, then to outskirts, and then we're leaving again. We might have to revisit the construction sector again and unload workers one more time before driving away. I think I'll add that. Okay, we're visiting this one first. 11, then Donetiti, and then after Donetiti we're going to... Oh! Our train line is now the maximum length. We can't add another stop. It's over. We can't make another longer train line. Only 25 stops. What a shame. Well, I can probably change that. We can, for example, remove one of the extra stops here. 9 and 10 is probably doable. Actually, not really. I need to probably separate out the passenger transportation from the worker transportation. Oh my god, there's so many stops here. 4, 6, 15, 16 and 18. Unload, go to the end station, load again, and then the same again, like 15, 16, and then 18. We shouldn't unload like visitors here. We can get rid of that. Just unload everyone as a transfer. No need to let like people buy food in the village, it's fine. Get rid of that. So... Kemevsk? Wait, Kemevsk? Should be transfer. Oh, that's the way that's the way to this area. I need to check that again. So what was it? 15, 16, 18. So 15 can go away. Kemevsk train platform. Beryashov, yep. Kirilov, Sovskoy, Bugodonsk. And then on Bugodonsk we unload. And then we force transfer unload, which... I think we can get rid of the forced transfer unload, really, like, that's fine. Just save another stop. Just make it more efficient. Now we have enough assignments to get another stop in here after Donetiti train platform, before Beryashov. We'll go here and unload another more workers. Actually unload as many workers as you can here. because we want to run an industry here, so at that point it'll make sense to have that assignment in place already. And for now, it's going to add a lot of workers to the rail construction office. I like the tunnel setup in the harbor. Have to leave. Have a good stream. Do not allow him to terraform, please. Have a nice rest of the day. Goodbye, Berliners. Have a good day. So maybe we can bring a few workers to the train platform. Train platform brings it to the tram stop. Yeah, the problem is that if I start unloading into the train platform right now, I don't know if enough workers will make it back to the heating plant. I mean, we can try it. Just unload everyone. No, they have to all be like unloaded locally into other buildings. And then the rest goes to the train platform. And then maybe if no train picks them up, then they can go back to the tram platform. A train only arrives here every 180 seconds, so most of them should be able to like make it back. And I guess it will only delay the heating by a little bit. Okay. The workers have mostly left the platform. Plus we're adding more workers to this, so when the train arrives it also throws in more workers. Didn't even have room to unload them all, it looks like. But yeah, if there's workers, excess workers on the train platform, then they will go to the rail construction office and whatever, well, the vehicle construction building that I kind of plan to have in that area. Okay, here building is finishing. This is only supposed to host mechanical components. I'm gonna bring in more trams. We still have enough electricity for them. 2 more for now. In green again. You go pick them up. And I might need another train on the train line because we're sending them to one more stop again, which will make the route slightly longer. I have one more stop now. The maximum limit is 25. So maybe we have to like optimize the routes a bit. Make it city to city. So from here to Sovskoye, from Sovskoye to Bogogodonsk, and then just like transfer them on the station. And shorten the routes a bit, make more sensible route decisions. It would basically be the same routes, just the same route cut into sections. Mechanical component factory is up. Still need water and sewage. I have to make a phone call real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, there's no one there, so we're good. Now we can also get the fire trucks. Might have to be larger ones for the harbor, I'm not sure. Hopefully not. The oil tanks will probably be around here next to the pumping harbor that we have. So we can like make a couple oil storages up here and funnel them down through a pump. Merging pump should allow us to hook up to 3 tanks if we want to. And we could do that twice. Where did the road cranes go? In here, huh? Well, I could... No, I can't bring workers yet. Never mind. I was gonna say I could bring workers by tram, but that's incorrect because we don't have the turnaround loop yet. They would get stuck. Okay, we switched over to having like a supply of workers in the area via the train platform. It seems to still be reliably running the heating. Excess workers in the tram that are still there would continue going towards the harbor. That is the early warning system if something goes wrong with the train usually. You're out of fuel. How did that happen? What the hell, game? Stupid train. It's the first time a train ran out of fuel in the area, and it's caused a bit of a traffic jam because another train wanted to drive in there too, which runs pretty much the same route. I guess I could set up a coaling station here. Didn't really want to, but it could be done. That happens again. I have to make it like go near the customs house and then it refuels whenever it drives through the customs house normally, but apparently this time it didn't do it for some reason. Very strange. There must be a random bit of chance where it can happen that it runs out like with the perfect amount of like no fuel available. Like we could tear down these train tracks and put the coaling station here pretty much. Supply it with water from a water well via pump, which we're already doing to this rail distribution office. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Disconnect the cement, disconnect the coal unloading for cement. It's not urgent that that functions pretty much. It has to be close enough to the coaling station before I can cancel the go to depot task, and then it has to be set to go to the customs house. I mean, it might make sense to have a coaling station in a way that can be used by any train, where they just head up somewhere to refuel and then go back out and can go either direction. I don't know. If it happens again, we'll do that. Right now, I'm not going to spend the effort because it ran for like 50 years or so without any effort. It's good enough now, it's going to the customs house and it knows that it can refuel right before it. So it'll be fine. Coaling station there also has coal. Everything seems to be alright. Yeah, train diesel stations are smaller and easier to set up, just requiring electricity. Well, that's okay. Careful not to remove the road tunnel. Lower the priority. We should send workers to other construction tasks for now. Yeah, our money is staying fairly stable, but I guess currently that was mostly an issue for the traffic jam with the trains. And the other one was that we had a lot of vehicle replacements queued up when the road tunnel was disconnected. That is the warning message shortly before Sovskoy goes into starvation mode. There's no more food available, so whatever the grocers have right now is what is left inside the city. I think I'll tell the rural distribution office it should help if this storage ever is already assigned. If this storage ever runs below 10 or 5% basically, they should start bringing food here, nothing else. You can help with that. So if there's anything wrong with train deliveries, we will at least make sure that food doesn't run out too quickly. And this shopping center, it will run out momentarily. Then they'll all flock to the grocers, and then yeah, hopefully by that time the trucks have arrived. Shopping centers out of goods. I really would benefit off of a temporary rail construction office in this area, with the tunnel constructions and all. Should I set one up? Like, these tunnels are going to take ages to build otherwise. If I set one up on this plateau and let them drive up here to help build, set up a temporary distribution office to bring the construction materials here, I think we'll do that. Otherwise it'll take too long. And that way the resource deliveries will actually be the slowest part of this whole thing. That should speed things up. Temporary distribution office. And just a road connection down. Nothing fancy. Fire trucks will hopefully have their workers soon, and then it should also be safe. Gravel we have to pick up from the storage that doesn't have a loading station, I guess. So that's gonna be slightly slow. And be a bit unfortunate. But we'll get like pretty decent tunnel construction speed here. Let me move this where the important part is to have a connection out this way. Ideally. So they can immediately get to like the tunnel construction without having to do like a turnaround. That would be best case scenario. Just move out, build and return. And then build the other piece of track as well. Perfect. That's what I want to have. Not this tunnel construction, but you will need the train tracks so you can build here and then turn around and build into the rail construction offices area. That's what I want. We'll set up a local rail construction office. I will... Oh no, I have fast gravel loading. I don't have it for the coal, but for gravel I do have it. We're good. Tunnel borer. Hello, Simon. Yes, we got a tunnel borer. We could bring some steel over manually, I guess. But until we have the tram connection, wouldn't actually work yet. Unlimited power. Well, the tunnel borer kinda has unlimited power, yes. How's the train delivery? At least we can easily keep up with the food supply. Wasn't it supposed to only help with like 10%? I guess 10% is quite a bit. Some alcohol is available, not that much. It's at the it's still heading towards the customs house. Again. I guess it made its first delivery and it's restocking, so it did unload all the alcohol, but it's already been consumed. Interesting. Yeah, there was a little bit of a deficit in resources because materials were missing. I could also bring the alcohol over. I'm not doing that on purpose because it's kind of like my warning message for that warehouse. If the train is not running correctly, it tells me that there's not enough alcohol. Okay, now the maintenance construction officers probably can pick up here again because there's always like some workers. Could probably also pick up from the train station, but we'll do the tram stop instead. The trams are heading here fairly frequently. I mean, this one always gets workers. Let's stick with the stop down here, it's fine. It worked fine, it's okay. This area is now much better supplied with workers. Very nice. I mean, the rail construction office is going to be turned off, and at that point we have to limit the amount of workers being delivered again. Not fully, like 5% workers can still get on the train, but the rest will be picked up by the tram and yeah, carried over here to run some mechanical component production. Okay, that looks a little bit horrendous. Can we fix that? It's a tough mountain. It's hard to terraform. But I think it's gonna be done. Must have happened when we placed the train tracks or something. That looks better. Let's keep covering a bit more. Okay. Fire trucks were in range of a gas station, so we don't have to worry about them refueling. I'll have to save. At the end of this stream I have to save to the cloud. Because like I said, next stream of this game might be on a different PC, hopefully. Looking forward to it. Tram loop is almost done. Yeah, I guess we'll reroute them over here. Don't need the workers in the mechanical component factory just yet. So now it doesn't go to the end station, it goes industrial or like heating stop, then this stop, then the end station on the return trip. If it still has workers. It should not really go there if it doesn't have any workers, I don't think. Oh no, it still does, okay. I guess they don't behave as optimized as buses in that case. It would mess up the route too much, I think. 73 workers heading there now. And then I guess we could, like, after the end station, run through this stop one more time, just for good measure. Because, no. In the future, all of the workers will be unloaded here. It'll be fine. Right now it won't. But that's okay. Oh, you could really, like, run this way. Like, what the hell, man? I don't like it. What if I make this a trolley bus? Trolley... It's a tram route, it's not a trolley bus route, but okay. I guess it doesn't get in its own way too much, so it should be fine. Still missing alcohol. Well, I guess when the train delivers, it's gonna go into the pub, and that one probably has gone through a lot of alcohol. If the warning message happens again, I need to check it. It's a little bit scary that it keeps showing up still. I guess the train is running the route kinda infrequently. We could assist it with the rail distribution office, I guess, and phase out the train. But the rail distribution office doesn't have any more assignment tasks left. I need to build a new one. It's also going to be in the harbor. Oh right, I want to deliver steel here. And I don't have any more assignments left. There's a fire. It's okay. Some of the workers are disappearing from the fire station. I thought that didn't happen. Strange. Maybe they do have a maximum limit of work. Good. Should I build the rail distribution office out here then? I would have to cross the road. Also the storage is in the way. I mean, I could make a temporary rail distribution office until I find the permanent location for it. I would find that a little bit silly, but it is a possibility. And I think it makes sense, because we can just relocate it into its permanent building in the future. Pretty big building for a temporary setup. Now the mountain here is in the way. Might have to flatten that, like smoothen that out again in the future if we want to return it to its natural beauty. Guess we'll build it here. Okay. So we'll run temporary rail distribution off of here. We need a water supply, which I guess we can get by water truck from the water treatment plant. And coal delivery, which a single truck can bring from the coal storage. Yeah, then we do rail distribution here for Donut City and surrounding areas from this point. Free up a bunch of assignments in Sovskoy. And once we have the permanent location in the harbor set up, where also the coal can be delivered by like by the same distribution office, pick up the coal, bring it to the harbor, and then either like load it directly into this building via conveyor, or just have a local distribution office. Okay, I wanted to check this out if the warning message happened again. There's the train. It only transports 11 tons, so it doesn't fill it up completely in one delivery. But the warning message should go away for a while now, hopefully. The hub itself looks good. So hopefully it can keep up with the deliveries again. Chemicals look fine. Everything gives a warning message, it's just alcohol that triggers first. Okay. Seems like warnings might reappear if alcohol gets consumed quickly enough. I will see. If alcohol consumption is too high, then I would have to change the train, but like I said, we are setting up a new rail distribution office to make sure we can flip the other rail distribution office over to help with the delivery of resources to that warehouse. And stop using the, like, single train. Gdansk and Sovskoye can be served by, like, that single rail distribution office, I think. Clothing would be kinda awkward, though. There's not that much clothing storage in Gdansk. $106 people unemployed. Not all of them here. That's quite a couple. What is your problem? Do you not have access to... You have access to the bus stop. Oh, you do not have access to the tram stop, okay. Okay, and you do not have access to the cableway station, so you are disconnected from both of them. So if we upgrade this to brick, it's probably gonna be fine. Maybe upgrade to brick here. Not yet. That building basically needs to be able to reach the tram. It's so close. Wait, which path are you taking? Yeah, you are going underneath here. I guess I could set up another footpath tunnel. It's 408 meters. A little bit more. And it might work. I don't want a mass upgrade, otherwise people are gonna be getting quite upset for not being able to get out of their house. But yeah, if we have a ship dock set up, we can buy the grain ship. Whatever size it will have. It might need more than one. Maybe 2. Or 3. And then the trains could come. The single train we have running grain from the customs house to the food factory could come here instead. Problem with that could be the refueling, because it's currently refueling at the customs house. But theoretically, this fueling station can be used by the train when it drives past. Might run into a situation where it like decides to not refuel, then go to the grain silo, and then come back and doesn't make it. Hopefully that's not the case. Oh my god. Come on. What is your problem? So you can... Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. There. Silly. My god, it's not cooling down in here. What is going on? It's 19 degrees outside, but the room in here still feels as hot as it did yesterday. As if like someone's running open windows and closed them today. Was running open windows yesterday and closed them today. We have 10 trams, which are good for 600 seconds. And we're only running 520 second lap times. The capacity of trams seem to be sufficient. Everything seems to be in order still. I'll probably copy the assignments from Sovskoy over and then whittle all of them down that do not apply to this area. So I don't forget one of them. I think I'm gonna call it for today. It's too warm. I don't know why this building is so warm. Maybe it's just me. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We did get started in the harbor. The tram is running. The tunnels are being drilled. We're gonna build up towards the new rail construction office and then start building the rest from here, which should be a lot faster. Gravel is available in the area that we can pick up for the rail construction offices, and building materials as well. I'm gonna run a local distribution office to bring the resources over. And then I think the distribution office is gonna be slower than the rail construction office itself. Should be nice and quick building, I think. In the beginning, the rail construction vehicles will get in each other's way. But that's okay. Like, we only have one tunnel to build, and then the two tunnels, they'll still get in each other's way, but what can you do? We'll use the space that we have been given. So yeah, like I said, I'm going to call it. Thank you very much for watching. Let's see if there's anyone we can raid. Maybe someone streaming workers and resources in English. Alternatively, let's see. Calvin had like a follow only chat, so that will probably fall flat unless that got changed. Nope, still follow only. Other than that, I don't see an English streamer. Sorry about that. And we're gonna raid over to something barbaric who's playing Stationeers. Chill streamer. It might be quite programming heavy. I'm taking a look. No, he's taking a tour through the base. So yeah, if you want to stick around for some Stationeers, please do. If not, that is fine too. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna play Victoria 3 for Tuesday and Wednesday, and then I'm gonna take a 2-day break from streaming, I think. And hopefully I can be back on Saturday. We'll see. Gotta set up the new PC. I hope. Have a good start to your week. Take care everyone. All the best. And maybe also next time.